Alright. Let's get started. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. I'm Nikolaus and today we're gonna do another Hack the Box. It's called, how it's called again? Conversor. It's an easy rated box and it's Linux as well. But before we do that, I would like to show you the root part from the previous one, the pterodactyl. Yeah, I had some struggles there, but I managed to do it, and as I said to the previous streams, it was a compatibility issue. Yeah, I'm on a macOS and I'm using an ARM64 version of Kali. So, and the box was 8664 architecture, so we have some compatibility issues. But as I said, yeah, if we switch architectures and we run the Kali box from an 8664 architecture, yeah, that's possible and it's better. Actually, there are multiple ways to do it. One of the ways is, of course, to have 6486 architecture Kali box to do it. The second way is to use the Hack the Box instance of Kali, so we can do there all the exploitation part. And the third way is to use a C builder for GCC, but a cross-platform one, which is the 86, this one. So you can install this if you are using an ARM version, an ARM architecture Kali machine. So yeah, and I don't want to waste time from the new box, so I have here connected to my PC Kali machine, where is an 8664. So as you can see, it's an AMD 64. It's an old one. I haven't updated to the latest version yet, but yeah, that's not the purpose of this demonstration. With some more digging, I managed to find another exploitation script for the specific CVs that we have, and it's a chain exploit which exploits the two CVs that we are looking last time. And yeah, this repository calls also autopwn, so it does exploit both of the CVs and give you a root shell. And the main thing is to run this command with the specific information. So if we go back, first of all, I have already started the machine. Let me copy the new IP address of the machine. So in general, we will just update this one. We already know the credentials for Phileas and his password, so normally, but first I need to start the VPN. Okay, initial sequence completed, so theoretically it's good to go. We will see if we have any issues. So we just run this command and it will autopwn the machine and it will give us a root shell back. So let's try it to see if it's gonna work with the first try. So it's a full automated, it's gonna do all the job for us. Of course, it's gonna ask for a sudo privileges to create the image and the necessary commands. So let's see how it goes. Starting with connecting to the machine and preparing the payload, then posing the PAM environment by creating the .pam underscore environment file under the home folder of the user. And in the meantime, it builds the image and all the necessary files to do it. Needs to restart the machine, the connection for the SSH. It does it automatically, as we can see some logs here. And we already got the shell. So as you can see, we are already root. And the only thing that we need to do is to display the flag. And here is the flag for that. I have already done it last time when I'm trying to fix it. So in general, that was the box. Besides the fact that we have a compatibility issue with compiling the exploit, it was a medium one. Took us some time to figure out how to do it. And thankfully, yeah, the key to find the correct path for that, it was to go read the email for the specific user, and that gave us the information that we needed to do our research and find out which CVs we need to exploit. It was about the udisk and the CVs that we talk about. So the autopon exploit, you can find it here. It's from this user. So if you search for these CVs and and the autopon keyword, you will find it on GitHub. So yeah, that was the machine. I really enjoyed doing and diving into all these struggles, but at the end, as I mentioned before, it was the issue with the compiler. Every time I compiled the C code, it won't run. So thankfully, we did it easily with this one. So this is the closure for the previous stream regarding the pterodactyl machine. So we did it this way. So cool. All right. So I'm gonna exit this one, and I will stop this VPN connection. We are not gonna need that, I hope so, but I will keep it there in case we have to visit again. Forgot to stop the machine, so I have to connect again. So let me stop the machine from this side. Okay. Now I can close it and then start this machine. But first, let's start our setup. Most of the time we create a tmax session. First we start the VPN. Initial sequence completed. And now it's time to start the machine. While the machine is getting ready, let's finish our setup. I usually start with the basic two panels. First it's a split one with a VPN connection running and the share terminal here where I'm gonna share all the tools that probably I'm gonna need for this machine. And the second pin, I usually name it scans, where all the scans take place here. And most of the times I have a third one, which I call it exploit, where I do all the exploitation part. And if necessary, I'm gonna do another panel for post-exploitation. Alright, we got our IP for this machine. And of course I will set the target for this one, so I'm gonna use the target variable for that. So every time I pass this variable to the commands, I know for sure I don't have to copy, paste or remember the full IP again. And also I update the host for that. So for this example, if you have multiple host names that we have to provide, so doing this way, I'm just adding the host and I can verify it, that it's there. Cool. In case we need it. But there's a first thing first, we start with an nmap scan with the target provided already, and we will pipe it and log all this information to a specific file. So let's get started with the nmap scan. Nmap has a verbose mode, so we can clearly see already some ports. We see the 22 one, which is the SSH port, and 80, and it was a fast scan, I could say. We only have two ports, 22 and 80, so 80 is supposed to be an HTTP call for that. And as we can see, it also gives us the hint that there needs to be a domain for that, a host name, so we have already done it. Cool. Since it's a website, I'm usually utilizing Burp Suite for that. So let's also open the Burp Suite. Go to the proxy and open the browser, the embedded one. Where you can use the history. Let me copy again. And give us a login directly in order to filter a little bit the results for the Burp Suite, because anything else I will open here, it will be logged in the table. We use the filter setting here, and we just put the domain that we want only to be filtered. Cool. So we have a page. Wapalizer, it's a very good tool to identify what technologies the website use. So we got a very first hint that it's an Apache HTB server and the operation system is Ubuntu. And that's a very quick one. Also, we can tell some information from the Nmap scan here as well. The same things that we saw in the Wapalizer. Wapalizer is a good tool. Most of the times gives us more information. So yeah, it's also good to have this tool in your arsenal. Alright, so we have a login page and a register page. So normally, since we can register there, we can start with creating an account. But also let's view the page source for that a little bit. Okay, it's a minimized one. Maybe we can find some information here, but this is not the case for this one. Alright, so let's create some users. I'm gonna create a test user 42 and the password will be test 42 as well. Test 42. And let's try to log in. Okay. After login, we see the home page. And we have an about as well. About for the developers. And we can see here a converter. Hence the name of the machine. We are Conversor. Have you ever performed large scans with Nmap and wished for a more attractive display? We have the solution. All you need to do is to upload your XML file along with the XSLT sheet to transform it into a more aesthetic format. If you prefer, you can also download the template we have developed here. Okay, so we have a template for the XML file. Let's also grab this one. Let's move to Conversor. Let's cut this one. Yeah, we can see that it's an Excel sheet. give us the template and the structure of it. Alright, so as far as we can tell, since we see an XML format for that, probably we need to do some XXE or XSL injection. Let's go to the payload all things to find some payloads. It's a very useful repository where you can find payloads for almost every vulnerability. Okay, you can focus to both two XXE injection and XSLT injection according to the file. So normally we need to inject something here. Let's see some of the payload for the XSLT injection. Multiple methodologies. We can do a lot of things. Read files using an SSRF method for that. We can also write files. Remote code execution with the PHP wrapper, and as we saw here, maybe it's a PHP. We will see. Different platforms for and languages, Windows and Linux, and Java and .NET. Cool. Let's start with something simply. To read some files. Let's find a way where we need to place those payloads. Let me clean up a little bit here. Okay, and I'm gonna create a new file. Let's change the IP to our target. Let's see which is the right place to put our payload. Template match. So should be under the template. Maybe here. Let's try to upload this one. Oh, it requires two files. Yes, it needs to convert one file to another. Maybe the filter is not working so good for us, but it's okay. Maybe we don't have to. We will see. We need also an XML file. We will try to do the same. We will use to read this as well, to read the etc passwords, to see what's as we're gonna do, and we will see which targeted vulnerability we need to focus on. Okay, we have an XML file and an XSLT file. Both they contain payloads. We will see how this responds, and then we can craft better our payloads. Name of, okay, and map line 3. Okay, complaining a little bit. Maybe the parentheses cause a problem. We will find a similar way, maybe removing the parentheses. Let's try this. We can use the repeater to send the request again. Probably we will do that. Let's move this to another workspace so we have cannot resolve your etc password. Okay, maybe remove this for now. Follow redirection. And we get a view file for that. Let's also test it here. Okay, it looks empty. We will try to do it again, this time from the browser side, but we see that every time we upload files we get a list one. So we remove a little bit this one from here. And we will keep only the let's do it again. Still empty. So the XML file probably doesn't do something. We will see again. I was complaining about this part. So let's try another one. I want to see the error again. So I will bring back that. Okay, the URI etc password, so it thinks it's a URI. So probably because it combines both two. Let's see if we can find another payload for that. Okay, maybe this is a hint to give us some information. Okay, we get some result back. That's awesome. Also another payload with multiple system properties, but so far we saw that okay, this is useful. Maybe we keep that as a note. This is another interesting thing. Maybe we can use this to grab the etc passwords. Let's add a new H2 this time. Paste it here and close the tag as well. So it will show us the results below the report here. So it will show it below here. Again, XML, which I suppose doesn't matter so much. Did we save it? Yes. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Not defined. Okay. Give us this error here, so that's why we didn't change. Sure. Let's try again. Not defined, okay. Maybe you cannot create something, let's add it. Normally to the same one, exist one. And probably file. That's better. Nope. Entity, it's not defined. Why? Maybe we, we don't need the template at all. Okay, let me copy this as a file, but probably we need it, but we will see. Let's just upload this one. And of course, same. Why is not defined? then. Now we have an error here. And then we will grab this. It's pretty much similar, so let's try this. And this doesn't give us an error, so let's hope that it's gonna work. Let's test this one. Same. Not defined. Maybe it's out of okay. Invalid element name, line 6. Looking for a better payload. Maybe needs this as well. Let's test this. Characters are not allowed. Okay, that's interesting, but let me also check the library for that. library here. Okay, we have a match for this library. And we can use the document one. Okay, that's interesting. We can add a text file with the content. That's another interesting one. Okay, instead of reading, let's see if we can add a file. Test.txt probably. Let's see. Maybe we can do that. Let's say just a test here. And if this works, it's supposed to be a text.txt file. Okay, probably the path is not the correct one, the output path. Yeah, maybe the server hosts the file in a different path, so this is not the root path of the website. Okay, but it's a cool idea actually, if we figure out Hello there. QBQ71. Yeah, it's going well. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to exploit it, which payload I need to use. We had verified that it's probably an XSLT ejection and probably an XML. We will see how to do it, but still we have confirmed that we got the version of the Ventor version of that. So we know for sure that we can inject things here, but I'm still trying to find a way how to exfiltrate data, and after that how to use a proper way to use and to get the initial foothold. Okay, that's also an interesting one. Let's try this. And then inside the template we try to... Okay, that's inside the template. Maybe this is good enough. This looks cleaner and better. Let's try this out. There is a validation probably behind it. Line 4. We are not allowed probably to do that stuff. Something blocking the naming of the doc type. We tried this, but we got an error that it's not valid, but let me try it again. Hey, hello Linux Mobile. Okay. Yeah. Cannot resolve this one. Let me also start maybe we can find something. Probably it's the about also. JavaScript. Okay, we'll see. Maybe the about give us something that we didn't find. Oh, there is a source code. Okay, that's another useful thing. Okay, that's give us something. I didn't notice this before when I checked the about, but looking at the code, we will see at least the validations probably. Maybe that's a good thing to do. And also JavaScript. Maybe we don't have to look at this. Still downloading. It's not a gzip. It's a tar. And we have the code. Okay, maybe I should transfer it to the folder, but that's okay. It's this one. Okay, I'm gonna transfer into the file. Cool. And I'm gonna open it with this code. I have to remove this to a new workspace. Right, so we have the app here. Okay, now we see the file path. So let's see if we're gonna the writing file works now. So now we know the path. Okay. Of course it's empty. But do we create the test file.txt? Not found. Okay, worth a try. It's empty. Okay, we will come back to this one, but let's at least have a look of the app. Maybe. Okay, we have a user TB here. Username and password. Maybe if we can grab this file, but let's see how to check the validation for that. Logout, about. Again, convert. Here is the rconvert method. Let's see what it does. Gets the files. The parser parse the XML files. Anyways, so the parser just yeah, it uploads, save it, and then we have DDD validation false, resolve entities false. Okay, so it's not checking for validation here. And then transform it. Okay, so it's a syntax error that we get about the file name. Alright. Is this accessible from the web? Can download the user file. No, it's protected, probably. So this file should be anything. I will try to do it with an XML regular payload. .xml. HTML, sorry. So it creates a file. In the upload folder. Uploads. So this is gonna work. .html. Okay. Let's try again. Then this should work somehow. Still we have did it before, and so maybe if I put this here, because the conversion, we don't see a response from the XML file, we only see the response from the XSLT file, so probably we can pass data from one each other. File is not defined. Okay, now makes sense. The start of the document. Okay. File not defined. Why it's not defined? We need a better payload. Maybe we should try directly in SC. We are not sure if it's PHP, it's Python. So PHP functions, maybe they don't work. If I have checked the database yet, I see from the source code that there is an instance, but so focus, yeah, maybe I could focus how to exfiltrate this one instead of testing other stuff. Or we have a local instance of the database. Okay, let's test that. SQLite browser, and we're gonna open a database. Code. It looks empty. Is it empty? Where's my thinner? Has something. Okay. It looks empty, the database, so that's why. And if we can tell from the file, it only creates the tables, doesn't insert something inside, so there is no users inside. We have only one now in the server because we registered one user. Yeah, and the XSL is the way probably in. And as far as we can see, there is no extra validations for the parser, so normally should work, but we get errors, so we need to find the proper way to exfiltrate data or to do some stuff. Right, to a file we test that, right? We test this one. It was successful, but we know the path from the source code, but didn't work. The error is well, when we try to put an XML, for example, payload, like this one, we get that the doc type data, it's an invalid name. When we tried to add to create a new file, for example, we created the file, we changed the path because we know it from the source code. So we know from the source code that this is the path. And we tried to create a test file, but we couldn't. So can write. So let me try this again one more time. So basically what we did, and then since we know the path now, we just try to create a test file, and this is a test file. So for example, we have this, and we try to put a file under the test.txt, right? So that's the idea. If we go back to the we create the file, it returns empty because it is empty probably, but if we see test.txt, we get file not found. So I'm not sure if it really works and if it if actually create the file. Okay, some encoding required probably. If we are about to write a payload, for example. But we cannot confirm that we actually created the file. We cannot confirm that. Maybe it's not readable, writable. It would be easier to write a file. So we can create, for example, a Python script with a reversal and call it from the browser so we will get a reversal back. But probably it's not working. Again, that, okay. Write files. So, okay. Is this similar to ours? Document. Yeah. Oh. Maybe. Okay, let me try this. Come on. Okay, it's the same. Let me try this. Failed to compile. Compile pattern. Okay, so just with a slash. Maybe it doesn't need the full path for that. Unable to save to test. Okay. Um, Maybe, let's see. The temp folder is always readable. We can not access it, but we will see if it's a successful request or if it actually writes the file there. I mean, we will not get an error, so that's the idea. And then we will find the correct path. Okay, so it worked. Because temp folder it's always readable, readable and writable. So not readable, writable. Sorry. So that means that this works. So we need to find a readable path, a writable path. Sorry, again. We also saw the path here as well. Should be writable though. I don't know why we get this error. Oh, now it worked, but yeah, and before actually it worked, but we cannot see the file. We cannot see it. Yeah. Um, it's result. Wait. Convert another. Should be like this. Hmm. Folder here. Yeah, to write a file, they are using exploit document tag. Yeah, that's Yeah, that's a prefix, right? I checked that because I noticed that it's a different tag, but I checked that it's defined here and here as a prefix, so it doesn't matter what it is, right? It can be anything. But I will check the folder that you said on the payload, all things, files. Write a file, for example. We check that as well. And this one we checked as well. So basically, if you mean that, it's the same. We know that the application it's Python, probably it's a Flask. So what other things we can do? Script folder, it's empty. Maybe we can write there. Found for sure as a folder. Or static. But it's the CSS file there, right? Style. Okay. Let's check the static folder. Maybe we can write there. Okay. Yes. It's exactly the static. Oh. We can write actually a file. So we can write a Python file there with a payload, and we can probably that's the idea. Since we find a readable directory, and now we can write any file that we want. So my idea is to write a Python reversal, right? These look promising. We have our port there. We need only this part. VPN IP address in the 444, so we can start the listener, of course. Go back. How I name it? Test.py. Cool. Okay, it's up. .py. Oh, just display. Just display back the text. Interesting. Huh. Method text. What other methods we can create? Yeah. But we write it as a text. What other options do we have as method? That's why it returned back as a text with no execution. Document. Okay, let's Google this. Okay. Method. XML, HTML text. Okay. Document is created. HTML. The output of the Python looks fine. It's a one-liner. That's the output of the test file, test.py. It returns it as a text back because we specify that the method is text and we are looking for other methods, and we have XML and HTML. Maybe if HTML interesting. If we make it HTML, maybe it should be executed. Because if we look at the HTML files, since it's a Flask application, maybe template injection? Oh, wait. Maybe then HTML, and instead of this file, just playing around, and probably it overrides, right? So I don't have to rename it. Okay. No response. Okay. Test by we don't need test by, it's HTML we need. Cool. HTML. Okay. Because if you remember our last one of the last streams, we noticed that it's not that library. What was the library? The E3 library. This one. No, it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. But we can write XML files probably. Okay, let's try the XML. If we cannot do no, this will make it downloadable again. Okay, this is supposed to be an easy box, by the way. The template is not yeah, okay, let me check also this one. Yeah, probably you are correct, but it's a universal let's say. You mean like that, right? Let's check this as well. The HTML again. Nope. Just return it as a text. Transforms. Make it string. Okay, that's not the thing. Using import os system. Okay. System and then we can paste the payload. Okay, then we can paste the payload there. Okay, let's check this one as well. Did I have the... So you mean to put them in the brackets? And HTML and HTML. You mean something like that? Just a normal Python script. I think we did that, right? You mean like this? I did, it was the first thing I did, but I didn't test it for HTML. I think I tested only for Py and text method. As an HTML, okay. Let me try this. I haven't tried this. Okay. Test HTML. Still returning this back as a text. Even with the HTML method. That's weird. Or maybe it was 2 brackets, not 1. Yeah, 2. Okay, let me try it again. No. HTML. Just try to check a few other things. Come on. Oh, no. The static file folder. Here, this is a cron job. So here in the scripts, accept spy files. So I think we should write it there. Test by and text. And then the payload. But the script folder, not the static. The static. And maybe it's a cron job, it says, so we don't have to execute it at all. We have to wait to be executed. But let me try it. The listener is running already. So scripts. So there is a loop already. So it automatically runs the files. And this is gonna give us www data. But let's see. Okay. Scripts. Test by. Not found. Cool. Test by scripts. But let's wait for the listener. Maybe it's already cron job there. Maybe it's not accessible from the web. Right? But maybe the cron job runs it. Scripts. And the cron job is supposed to be fast, right? Or how instant? Also delete all files older than 60 minutes to avoid system overload. You can add the following. Let's assume that this is already implemented, but how long it takes we will see. Test by, maybe I have a typo somewhere. Okay, scripts folder. It's not accessible from the browser, but let's hope there is a cron job and it's gonna run it. Because the script folder exists in the source code, the scripts folder, along with the instance, and the instance, it wasn't accessible from the browser. You can use the new line with return key with just plain text, I think, to make it more readable for you. Yeah, we could do it. But the thing is, it reads it as a text. So my last hope is there is a cron job, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting because the folder exists. So there is a scripts folder there. Hope it's readable. If it was a cron job, supposed to... That was my last hope, actually. I have no idea now how to do it. Bye. The folder scripts. I hope. Yeah, me too. Let's see how long it takes for the cron job to run, but yeah, I don't know. For the... Actually, as the easy box go, this is not that easy actually, but okay, I understand. Don't judge it too much, but yeah. I don't see that return something, but again, I set up a netcat instead of Penelope, but anyways, that's the listing that I care now. But yeah, I don't see any response. So if it's not that way, then what? And this XSLT, maybe it's what other way we can do it? Method text by. Don't see that coming back, so probably it's not the case. It's not a cron job set up there. No, it's not coming back. It's been at least 1 minute or maybe more. What else? What else we can do? Should I try? No, PHP? No, I don't think so. Since it's an Apache server, and Apache servers usually they do run PHP files. So even though the application is a Flask application, it's Python, maybe the server could also run PHP files. But it looks Yeah. And it creates a file name under the upload folder with a file ID, which is a UUID generated. We saw that in the results. The user ID, file ID. Okay, maybe it's user ID, file ID. Yeah, and the session. File name. I don't know if this does something, but so no luck. There is no cron job. That would be awesome actually, if it was a cron job there. Yeah, take the files and run it. I don't know. What else? What else? Script file in the static folder. Instance, we cannot download the user DB, so it's not readable and accessible as well. The static was uploads. No, we didn't see any upload, so uploads. Maybe. Uploads not found. Maybe templates, since it's HTML and test HTML. No, those folders are not accessible from the browser. So it maybe creates them. Oh wait. Maybe we can create a file, but we haven't tested if we can grab the etc passwords. So the idea is to create a file using this method, the document thing, and then call it from the XXE, like calling an etc password or any reader, or calling the other file. I don't know, just speculating now. So even though we create the script folder file there, maybe using again an XXE or something like that. Oops. New document and arbitrary path readable by. Okay. We can write. We found a readable folder. In the practical workflow, first write a marker into a web server path to confirm the primitive. Yeah, we wrote a file there so we can confirm. Then write into an execution sink already present on the host, such as a cron fold script directory, a parser rotor reload path, or another scheduled task input. Wait, so we can create a cron job ourselves? Is that what is implied here? Wait a minute. Wait, that's crazy, but I'm gonna try it. Yeah. I'm gonna try it. So the idea is we create our cron job ourselves. If that's the case, it's so crazy. I'm not sure if we are allowed to write in the etc folder like this, or maybe I'm tripping. Execution sync. Execution sync. They are yeah. So the app.file file, it's under this path. But I tried it with a test, but I couldn't write there something. So the root directory here, it's not readable, but it says that I can override the file. That's crazy, but a cron pull script directory. Yeah, we have this directory. It's the script directory. But it's been a while, and I mean, we successfully wrote the file there, but it's not. There is no way so I can write on a etc folder like this. But for the sake of the test, I will try it. But there is no way to write something there, probably. It's under the etc folders, but it's crazy. And I don't think that this is what it implies. Probably it says that, yeah, a cron pulled script directory. It's the script directory. Scripts directory, how it's called. Scripts. Yeah, we did that. We write the file there. We set up the listener, but we don't see. Maybe. And also it says something like XML encoding, not URL encoding. For example, if we have an ampersand, and we did have an ampersand in the payload, so maybe that's why it's not working. But for the sake, let me try this one just to put it out of my system. I don't believe it's a case, but I would like to try it. So we will come back. Unable to write here, of course. We cannot write there. Okay, let's go back. Do we have a weird characters to encode? Yeah, maybe the semicolon. We don't have an ampersand. Let me check maybe another Python payload. Export air host and airport, no. We only need pure Python. So this may be, but it looks long enough. But again, even if we write it, we cannot execute it. Okay. That's interesting. Any other ideas, guys? I'm running out of ideas right now. That's for the cron job. It was actually a cool idea. Because we can write to that folder. HTML. I'm not sure about it. Before I test it as a text. Let me do with an HTML, but it is cool idea actually, by the way, if you're asking me. And nice placed here, so... And I think that's what it implies here. such a cron pod script directory. It's literally what it is right now. According to the code, we see the script, and in the install markdown file, it says that okay, should be a cron job somewhere that takes place from the script. So there is a cron job because it deletes the files, it says. So there is a cron job there, most likely. Older than 60 minutes to avoid system overload. So we need to wait 60 minutes. And the asterisk here, since it's not defined something here, probably it's supposed to be instance. Cron job. Cron time. Job time format. For example, 00 asterisk asterisk run the job daily at midnight. So minute, hour, and asterisk. So the asterisk command, it can look like this. For will run a job daily. An asterisk represents every possible value for that field. Okay. Okay. But if there is all asterisk, what means? If all asterisks instant, it means the job will run every minute or every hour or every day or of the month, every month and every day. Yeah, that's why I was hoping to be instantly, but and this is an example probably, but they do have older than 60 minutes. There is a cron job there. Should be also the WSGI. Okay, at least we confirmed that we can write files. What else we can do with the injection part? Let's try. First, let me save this. Maybe you're gonna need it later. Let's go back to the original file. If we can read something like this. Yeah, it has already deleted something, so if there was a cron job there, if we successfully wrote the file under the script directory, it should be executed so far, so worth a try. Cannot resolve file etc pass wd. Okay. SSRF. How we can use the SSRF for that? To read port? Don't think so. Don't have other ports. Okay. File create. Since it's Apache, I'm gonna try this as well. We're gonna write it. We know the path. We know where is readable and writable. Static folder is readable. We have confirmed it. Document is not a style sheet. Okay. Value of the vendor we checked it, the version, and the vendor URL. System property. It's an XML, this one. Oh. This also doesn't work, so it's not defined. Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying a lot of things now. Wait, what's the file? Okay, I'm running out of ideas. We could write a file under specific folder. See, no luck with a cron job, so even though we managed to create a file there, probably text. Okay, we can do data exfiltration, remote code execution. Okay. We test that. We get a vendor. We test this as well. Doesn't work. I tried the PHP to put a file, but let me try this as well. No name. It's the percent this probably caused a problem. What was the this one? The XPath evaluation returned no result. Okay. Maybe it's not PHP at all. It's the same result with that we had with other payload. So no PHP. And that's all that we can test probably. And reading files doesn't let us go anywhere. I mean, even though we can do it, we have the source code. It's not needed to read files. It's just a confirmation that the XXE works. So the only right path and logical is to write a file and execute it. Like this method we did here. It's the same library. First write a marker, we did that. We just write a txt file. Execution sync. Already present on the host. I cannot get this out of my head that it's exactly what we want to do here. The script folder is executable. Probably the server contains something. Because also in the install it mentioned that supposed to be a cron job there. And we know for sure that every now and then it auto deletes the files here, so that confirms that there is a cron job there. In the source code there is not something in the scripts folder. If there was here a script that deletes files, for example, from the upload folder, I could say yeah, that's a proper way to do it. Since we can write something on the server, we found the folder, and we put just a py file there, and the cron job runs and executes this. No, interesting. It's interesting, and as easy machines go, it's pretty challenging. It's supposed to be an easy box. Again. Hmm. I'm just checking again the code to see if I have missed something or if I will come up with another idea. resolve entities false, DDD validation false, and load entities false. So that's why probably it doesn't work for the XML. Just want the verification, so I will run it with a secure XML parser. Okay, that's what I wanted to verify, which disables external identity processing, network access, prevent XML XXE attacks, and also disables DDD validation. So we cannot do an XXE. So that's why we can only do for the XSLT injection. That's why that's only that it works. So even though we have payloads for XXE inside the XSLT, they don't work. So that's why the only right path is to write a file, and this works. PHP we cannot do it. It's not a Java, it's not a .NET. So the only way that we can do actually something is to write files on the server. That's the only thing that we can do. And it is confirmed. But how do we use that to get an initial foothold? Okay, so I will try again to play around with this payload, which is the only thing that it works, and try to see what else we can do. The payload looks clean here actually, and it's a one-liner, so doesn't need spaces or wrapping around. Maybe the semicolon breaks stuff. Let me try another payload, because we have a plenty Python payloads here. We see what we can do. There is this one which is bigger. Let's try this as well, instead of one liner, to make it more, yeah, something like this. Test 1 this time. Doesn't matter the name, if it's indeed a cron job running inside the scripts, doesn't matter the name. Either way we cannot call it from the web, so don't care. Usually overwrites, but just to make sure that, let's create a new file. And it's text. Cool. Saved. Go back to upload it. Refresh the page. from the response, I think it is a successful upload. And this is the file. Test 1, but normally we can run from there. Not found. Let's wait for the cron job. Give it a minute. Give it a minute probably. We will see. But this is the only path I see. We have tested everything. Almost. There is no hint, right? No, there is no hint. Yeah. Don't think so. So in the static folder we can write wishing that we can write on the static. And maybe no, we can read. I mean, we tried, right? So many times. Yeah, the idea is to read the file that we created, and maybe therefore it could be executed. But I don't think so. It's not defined. Why is not defined? But the parser says that you cannot run entities. Interesting box, really interesting box. And for the easy also rated, I don't know. I mean, okay, we test a lot of things. We had to test all the possibilities, but alright. And doing so, we ended up here. That we can only create files under specific directories. I also want to try to override the file, right? The app.py, the payload. Maybe we don't need this big payload, but if we could overwrite it, we can break the application. That's okay. We can reset it back. That's not a thing. But I'm interested to see if we can overwrite the app file. And unable to save. So we cannot overwrite the file there. Yeah, all the queries looks good. So we have nothing there. The convert, we have verified that we cannot use XXE. Only XSLT. And that's all. We cannot overwrite here the app file. We can only upload on static and script actually, but the idea that the cron job will execute our script is not working. Instead of a reversal, what else we can do? JavaScript rejection. Oh, I haven't tested this one, but it says also PHP here, so I'm assuming It's not gonna work. Yeah, I'm running out of ideas, so probably we will end the stream. Still not reversal? Yeah, still not reversal. I don't know. I have tried almost everything. Yeah. And it's also you are one of the most patient people I know. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm not that patient, but yeah, I'm trying to keep it like this. Inside now, I'm in anger because it's supposed to be an easy box. I choose randomly the box, guys. So don't get me wrong. And I choose to do it an easy today because the first half hour of the stream I explained how I did the root part for the pterodactyl last time. So, and I said to myself, okay, you will spend some time with the pterodactyl, so do an easy box later. So you only have 4 hours, or at least maximum of 4 hours. But it's been 3 hours and 40 minutes, and I still haven't get any an initial food call for that. So in my opinion, you should try a simple reversal, just run bash inside Python and that's it. Similar, try pinging your machine like I told you. I will do that. Just run bash inside Python. Yeah, try pinging my machine. How? With a system command where I use the curl command to ping my, or just ping my machine? So you mean just import os and then os.system, and in the system I just do what? Ping my IP address, my what? Or and then I should have an, how was it? So for example, how to use the ping? It's been a while. I don't remember. I can just simple run an HTTP server and see if it calls it, right? So something like that probably. So not ping, just curl. Just curl my IP address, right? I don't know Python. Yeah, what I did wrong? What do you mean? Yeah, the TCP dump. That's correct. Thank you for that. I haven't. I haven't used that for a long time, but thank you for that. I remember when now I see it. And this, if I ping here, I see the. But this is the same way, right? If I can call mine HTTP server, if I get a call here, it means that it works, right? Or wget or curl or whatever. Let's try this one. Where I send it? Maybe in the script test. Okay, so let's wait. Let's wait for the cron job. or to write it in the static folder where we have access from the web. But we have noticed that it returns back as a text. It never executes the .py file. So if there is a cron job and it runs, we should see a call here. And I will try also the ping command as well. Maybe the server doesn't have a curl command installed on the server. I will do that as a second pin. So TCP dump and 10 for the VPN. ICMP, it's the protocol to get the ping requests, and probably sudo, right? Okay, we don't see, and I will rename it to number 2, for example, and ping, count it 3 times at least, don't make it infinite. Right? Is that what you meant? Our system, the ping 3 times. Cool. Alright, let's check. Okay. Successful upload. You can see both the pins. Let's wait. What if you use bus -c to run the ping command with Python? Okay, let's see. So using import os and os system here to run like this bus. You mean like this? This is what you mean? Okay, let's try this as well. Try that too. Okay. Cool. 200. Now I override the test 2. Okay, the previous one. Okay, but at least we will see if the cron job catches this one, and if there is actually supposed to be a cron job there. That's why how they delete the files. But let's see if that triggers the ping command. So the HTTP server is useless now. We only need to see if we get a ping back in a minute or so. Alright. The install.md file says that the cron job runs and executes the synchronous scripts using a for loop, but I don't see that happening. Yeah, that was my initial idea as well. When I saw this, it was after I confirmed that I can write on specific folders files. For example, the static folder that I have proven that I can write something, and read this again and saw this. I said to myself, okay, that's the way. I have tried so many times, so there is that. Yeah, basically reads each file under the script folder by file and just do Python the file. Right? Makes sense. But nothing getting back. That's why I'm a little bit confused right now, because I have tested a lot of things. This seems to be the only right way to do it, but it doesn't work. So that's why I wanted to test multiple things, and that's why I follow. Did you reset the machine just to be safe? Okay, let's do a restart as well. Maybe we broke the machine. I don't know. Actually, if you see sometimes the server is not running very well, give us a burp error. But okay, we'll do that as well. Stop the machine. Ah, no. Maybe start the machine again, reset it, or I have to reset it. Okay, let's try it. I should do the reset. In my opinion, everything points to that Python scripts, but I don't think it's running. Okay. Yeah, I had the same also idea. The moment I see that there in the install markdown file, that was my idea as well. We will see if resetted the server, if I cannot log in with the test42 user that I created from the beginning, so I need to create another user again. Okay, new target IP. set the targets to the new one. In any case, change the host to the IP. Cool. Now route to host. Did it overwrite? Yeah. What? What's wrong with the verb? I mean, what happened? Don't need this. Okay. It didn't work from verb. Why? Okay. We don't need to use the... Oh my goodness. Why it's so white? Why the... Damn it. Supposed the extension to work. Why it's so white? But anyways, okay. Login to test if test 42. Test 42. Invalid credential. So it's reset it, right? So test 42 and wait. Maybe I didn't copy paste well. Invalid credential. So there is no account for this one. Okay. What? Register. Test 42 and the password the same. Post request. Response. Okay, login. Okay. Maybe something is wrong with with okay. Oops. We get pink. What? Unreachable. Okay, I'm gonna cancel it and run it again just to make sure. So this is the correct one. Let's do it. And documents, templates, Conversor, XML, and file. Cool. Now wait. Make a ping to the IP to check if it's fine. Ah, yeah. Now it's running, but yeah, I got you. Oop. I ping myself. No. This is the target IP, right? Yeah, 96. But wait, if I ping... When I pick the server pings... What the... Yeah, of course, but the idea is to ping us, not to ping the target. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it works. Any other idea? Maybe you have? Or do you want me to check something else? And yeah, probably this is it, folks. Yeah, me too. I can't think of anything else. It says that if the script is running, the ping isn't coming through. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Now it works. Okay. Oh, let me get out of here. It's too light. Yeah, we did test a lot of things. Try doing a curl to this in the terminal. Okay. Not found. Yeah, I understand, but we have tried to reach that folder from the browser. If the browser says not found, the curl command should also says not found. My other idea was to call this file from here for somehow, or from using from using the XSL sheet here to call this file. We create it with this technique and we cannot call it with this technique. So that was my first idea. But we can't. And just to ping, doesn't matter the pinging actually, to be honest. Again, with a Python server, it will be exactly the same thing, but since it's the ping, most of the times it's supposed to be installed in the Linux server instead of curl. Curl, sometimes it's not installed there. So that's why we use ping. Or at least wget, for example, to call it. But it's the same idea. Ping comes pre-installed most of the times, I believe. So that's why we use the TCP dump to do it. But if you can call a curl command with a just simple HTTP server, you can do the same. But doesn't work. Maybe the space. Okay, let me try this one. And we are using the Python to run bash inside. Okay, that's since we have a system command, whatever you put here, it's supposed to be executed. So, and what else? It's a system or wait. Yeah. Yeah, I'm running out of ideas and I'm already here for hours, guys. So, and I was working the whole day. So, please bear with me. But we will continue tomorrow. Tomorrow, same time at 8 o'clock CEST. We're gonna continue and we will try to figure out more ideas or what to do or to just test more things. Probably, but I believe we are in a right path and we're gonna figure it out. Maybe I'm a little bit blurred in my mind right now, so maybe I'm not thinking very well because I'm a little bit tired and kind of sick. I'm coughing a lot, so it's not an excuse, but yeah, we will try it tomorrow as well and we will figure out how to do it. And hope to more people to join, so maybe we have more hints or maybe we have more ideas. So cool. So thank you so much, guys, for being here. Yes, we tried a few things, and yeah, we're gonna try more things tomorrow. All right. Enjoy, take care, and I will see you in the next one. See ya.